LGVN Longeveron spiking again here. Right now, $3.74, up more than $1. Lima Golf Victor November. LGVN. NUE Nucor with guidance out. November Uniform Echo. Nucor announced for its second quarter ending June 29th, it expects earnings to be in the range of $2.20 to $2.30 per share. That is November Uniform Echo, NUE. IRON Disc Medicine presents clinical data across portfolio at EHA Congress. That's India Romeo Oscar November. APTO, Aptos, presents tuspetinib clinical and preclinical findings at EHA Congress. That's Alpha Papa Tango Oscar. COGT, Cogent Biosciences, announcing additional clinical data from part one of its ongoing summer trial evaluating bezuclastinib in patients with non-advanced systemic mastocytosis. That's Charlie Oscar Golf Tango. COGT, Benzinger market update. S&P futures down 24.50. Dow futures down 265. NASDAQ down 51. Crude is up 40 cents at $79.02. Natural gas flat at $2.95. Gold up 32.50 at 23.50.40. Bitcoin futures up 445 at 67,305. Coming up at 10, Michigan consumer sentiment. At 1 p.m., the Baker's Hughes U.S. rig count and Fed Goolsbee at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. MREO, Mario Biopharma priced its 12.5 million ADS offering at $3.99 per ADS. That's Michael Romeo Echo Oscar. ASRV, Ameriserve Financial, announcing cooperation and settlement agreement with Driver Management. That's Alpha Sandy Romeo Victor, ASRV. VFS, VinFast, expects 30 to 40 time increase in sales in U.S. markets this year. Growth trajectory can be sustained over the next 5 years. That's from a filing from Victor Foxtrot Sandy. TAK, Takeda, to receive exclusive option to license global rights to olverembatinib in all territories outside of mainland China. That's Tango Alpha Kilo. TGL, Treasure Global, announcing a new CEO, Tango Golf Lima. J&J says Talvey demonstrates highly durable longer-term response in patients with relapsed refractory multiple myeloma. That is Juliet November Juliet. Avenger announcing pricing of its $24 million public offering, 3.6 million shares, and warrants at $1.66 per share. And warrant, that is Alpha Victor Golf Romeo, AVGR. GRI Bio announced a reverse stock split. Winter 13, Golf Romeo India. GRI. AIMD, ANOS shares off the highs now after that announcing their clinical trials for AI nose-powered ANOS Flora device with NVIDIA. That's Alpha India Michael Delta. AIMD $1.57. HURC, Herco Company's down now $2.18. Company suspending their dividend. That's Hotel Uniform Romeo Charlie. GME, GameStop. GameStop popping to the pre-market high now. Golf Michael Echo, GME. KUKE, Cuke Music, and Cuke and Judo joined forces in AI music market. That's KUKE, Kilo Uniform Kilo Echo. Ukraine's foreign ministry says Putin peace proposals are absurd. Says Putin comments are aimed at misleading the international community. TSLA, Shanghai's free trade Lingyang area, is promoting 10 Tesla vehicles to carry out full self-driving pilot. That's from China State Media, Tango Sandy Lima Alpha. SVMH shares spiking here after the company announced the 2.0 electric motorbike to be available beginning June 16th. Penny stock, Sandy Victor Michael Hotel. AGIO, Agios Pharmaceuticals, out with a poster. Said improvements in fatigue and 6-minute walk tests in adults with alpha or beta non-transfusion dependent thalassemia. Phase 3 energized trial of mitapivat. That is Alpha Golf India Oscar, AGIO. Fed's Mester said neutral interest rate moves around all the time. Latest inflation data has been welcome news. We are starting to see inflation move down again after stalling. Need to see inflation fall more from current levels. It's clear monetary policy is affecting the economy. That's on CNBC. Fed's Mester, the Cleveland Fed president, Loretta Mester. SVMH up more than 100% now on that press release on their electric bike. Mester said it's important not to wait too long to cut rates. Mester said we are in a good position with monetary policy. Mester said the labor market is still very strong. FOMC is doing good work understanding forecasting the economy. Politics does not come into FOMC debates. SCHW, Charles Schwab reported monthly activity highlights and coordinate new assets brought to company by new and existing clients totaled $31.1 billion in May. Total client assets $9.2 trillion at the end of May, up 20% from May 2023. That is SCHW. NBY, Nova Bay Pharmaceuticals, announcing certain holders of warrants exercising their warrants at a reduced exercise price of $2.50 per share. That's from an 8K filing. Shares of Nova Bay dropping to $2.48 at the low on that filing on the exercising of warrants at $2.50. That's NBY. SVMH, Srivaru, 36 cents now. After that earlier press release, Sandy Victor Michael Hotel. Heavy volume on that one. LYB, LyondellBasell expands PP compounding production in China. That's Lima Yankee Bravo, LYB. AIXI, Chow I Corporation secures major contract for AI-powered solutions in the energy sector. That's Alpha India X-Ray India. AIXI Xiaoai spiking on that news. Alpha India X-Ray India $1.15 the high.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, traders? What's going on? Happy, phenomenal, doesn't even start with an F. We're talking F's. Freaky, fantastic, funky, fresh Friday, baby. Again, welcome back. Happy Friday. As always, super excited to be here. Cannot wait to crush it with you guys and end the week strong and profitable. I tell you what, this has been a really good week, guys. Limited opportunity, beginning of the week, but things are starting to move. Opportunity presenting itself. We are absolutely on fire. You guys have been crushing it. And so I want to make sure that each and every one of you are ending the week strong. And if we can help it, ending the week profitable as well. So before we dive into it, before we start the pre-market rundown, go ahead and hit me with a big ol' good morning and happy, fantastic Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, who do we got inside the chat? Who is ready to rock and roll? You got Zachary over in Open Floor for the pre-market rundown. Good morning, boss. Happy to have you here. Don, Christy Q, Mr. Tom, Chris, Felicia, Tim. Ready for coin, baby. Z to the 3, Andy, Adam, Joey, Steve, Stir, every freaking buddy inside the chat. Good morning. What the hell was that noise? Something's talking to me. Oh, it's been disconnected. But again, good morning. Aaron's in the house. What's up, dude? Good morning. All right, we're going to dive right into it. We are not going to waste any time. We got 28 minutes till the market opens on up, and we have a lot to talk about today. So let's go ahead and start with the economic calendar. Let's see what we have going on today and what times we got to be mindful of. Do we have any economic events? Do we have any economic data? What's important? What should we be mindful of for today? So Friday, June 14th, here at 10 a.m., we do have Michigan consumer sentiment. Now, this is the type of data the market will react to. All right. So if you are looking for a trade right at 10 o'clock, if you are in a trade at 10 o'clock, manage your trade correctly, manage your risk, have hard stops in the system, or simply don't execute that trade leading up to 10 o'clock because you have no idea how the market is going to react to that data. So we do have Michigan consumer sentiment data dropping here at 10 a.m. After that, you are in the clear until 2 p.m. 2 p.m., you do have Fed Goolsbee speaking, and then you do have Fed Cook speaking after the market closes. So 10 o'clock, Michigan consumer sentiment data. Be mindful of that, all right? 2 o'clock, we got Fed Goolsbee speaking here today. And other than that, guys, we are in the clear. So we're going to go right into the SPY, break it down, talk about what we got going on for today, and give you guys my game plans here on the SPY and the Qs as well. We will also be discussing SMCI, We'll be discussing Boeing. Boeing is coming down to that level where we want to get long for a swing trade. Maybe CCL as well. We will discuss those. And maybe Disney, because Disney is slowly grinding down to the lower end of that daily gap for a possible gap fill bounce. So 3 decent swing trade opportunities possibly setting on up for us today. Then we have Uber. Uber's looking pretty good. We got ticker W, Wayfair for a possible gap fill bounce that we will discuss. And then for you, Tim, and only you, we got Coinbaby. So let's start with the SPY. Let's dive into it. Let's talk about what we got going on. Pretty simple stuff, pretty simple day. Key area of daily resistance is going to be up between 543.17 to 543.35. That is your nearest, most significant daily level of resistance. Again, between 543.17 and 543.35. Okay, then we're going to be looking at this daily gap. So if you go here to the SPY, you see that we have this big old daily gap. Okay, so we're going to mark up the lower end of the gap, which is at 537. And then the top end of the gap is simply off yesterday's low of day. That's at 539.62. So we want to make sure we have that gap level identified here on the SPY. Now, you can mark up one more level if you really wanted to. And I would say mark up Wednesday's open in Wednesday's close, just to get an idea. Okay, let's go into a 5-minute time frame and let's see how we even moved around that level. Right, again, it was Wednesday's open and Wednesday's close. Did we have good price action in that zone on Wednesday? We did. Did we see good price action off that level yesterday? Abso-freaking-lutely. We cracked below it, retested it as resistance, we dropped. We got back above it, retested it as support, we moved higher. So that's going to be another zone to keep on watch for today. Okay, that's going to be 541.34 to 541.66. Okay, and then again, we have this lower daily gap. Top end of the gap is at 539.62, all the way down to the bottom end of the gap at 537. So we already know what our first trade plan and game plan for the day is. That's going to be a daily gap fill short opportunity. So what that looks like is the SPY getting below the top end of this gap at 539.62, cracking below it, coming back up to retest it as intraday resistance. If we see that crack below the top end of the gap, we retest the top end of the gap as intraday resistance, we will have a gap fill short opportunity validating itself. We would look to get short and take put contracts, expecting to see this come down to fill that daily gap at 537. Okay, so that's going to be game plan number 1. Okay, now I do want to stress that the top end of this gap could be a very strong level of support. There's no guarantee that we fall below it, retest it as resistance, and flush. We could actually see the SPY come down into it, hold it as support, and then start to move on back up. So that's going to be game plan number 2. If we see the SPY open and start to pull back to the top end of this daily gap at 539.62, and we hold it as solid intraday support, I would look to get long, expecting we see a little bit of upside here today. Where to? Our next daily zone of resistance, which is between 541.34 to 541.66. That's going to be game plan number 2. Okay? Game plan number 3 is if the SPY comes up to this zone first, between 541.34 to 541.66. Okay, so game plan number 3 is if we come up into the zone, if we get rejected and we fail to break above it, I would be looking to get short down to the top end of that daily gap. That's game plan number 3. And then game plan number 4 for today is if the SPY pushes and breaks that daily zone of resistance, and if we pull back into it and hold it as intraday support. If we see that break and retest off that daily zone, I would then look to get long, expecting we see more upside today. Where to? Our next daily zone of resistance between 543.17 to 543.35. Okay? You got 4 game plans for today. 4 great opportunities. I love where the SPY's at. Think there's going to be some great opportunity today to end this week strong and to end this week profitable. So that's the game plan for today on the SPY. That's the analysis. Those are your most important, most significant daily levels of support, resistance with 4 game plans in place. We are ready to rock and roll, and we are all set for market open at 9:30. You guys have any questions about the SPY? Let me know. I'll break it back down. But right now, we're going to move on to the Qs, the cutie Qs. And I'm going to go back to the daily because I'm missing probably a level or two. So with the Qs, as we're on the daily, go ahead and mark up the daily gap. Okay, top end of the daily gap is at 471.31. Bottom end of this daily gap is all the way down at 468.16. Go ahead and mark that up. Next area I want you to mark up is going to be a zone between Wednesday's close and yesterday's low of day. Okay, that zone's going to be between 474.17 to 474.41. Okay, then we're going to mark up this zone off of Wednesday's high of day and yesterday's close. That zone is going to be here between 476.51 to 476.70. Then I just want to throw a standard level on up off yesterday's open as an initial reference point on the daily. And then if we can find a zone going down to our lower time frames, we will. So go ahead and mark up yesterday's open at 477.74. Then let's go down into a 5-minute time frame and see, do we actually have a solid zone around that level? And I would say we do. Right? Do you see all of these lows that we had yesterday as support? So I'm going to connect all those lows, and I'm going to drag this up into yesterday's open. So that's going to give me a pretty solid zone here on the Qs. And so that zone is right here between 477.52 to 477.73. And then we're just going to take that zone because I'm really OCD. And we're going to connect those zones out to the right. I'm super OCD. All right, so we got all of our key zones identified. Now we can start building some plans for today. Let me get this removed real quick. All right, we are good. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and build in some game plans. All right, we have this first zone of resistance overhead between 476.51 to 476.70. So game plan number 1, if we come up into the zone and we can't get above it and we stay below it as intraday resistance, I would then look to get short, expecting to see some downside into this lower zone of daily support between 474.17 to 474.41. Game plan number 1 here on the Qs. Game plan number 2 is if we come up into the zone and we break it and we see it retest as intraday support, I would then look to get long for that possible break and retest. Again, expecting that we would see a little bit of upside. Where to? That next daily zone of resistance between 477.52 to 477.73. Okay, you only have 2 game plans today on the Qs. Well, actually, you have another one, and that's going to be down off this lower zone. So those are your first 2 game plans, 1 short, 1 long off this zone right here. But if we never come up and hit that zone, let's say the Qs open right here and just start to flush down into this lower zone. Let's go ahead and build those 2 game plans. Game plan number 1, we come down into this lower zone of support and we hold it as solid intraday support. If that's what we see take place, I would look to get long, expecting we see some upside. Where to? Our next daily zone of resistance. Okay, that's going to be game plan number 3. And then our final game plan today is if we come down into this lower zone and crack below it. If we see it retest as intraday resistance, I would look to get short, expecting that we see a nice drop on off down to the top end of this daily gap first. And that's at 471.31. That's going to be our 4th game plan for today here on QQQ. All All right, again, if you guys have any questions about the SPY or the Qs, let me know. I'll break it back down. It's pretty simple stuff. Come in, do your pre-market prep. Identify all of your key significant daily zones of support, resistance, and supply and demand if you're looking at institutional levels of supply demand. Come in and build your hypothetical what if plans. What if the market comes here? What if it comes here? What would you do? Build those plans. We've done that. Next step is let the market open and wait for the market to come to one of your zones. Then look and see if there's an opportunity to jump in. All right, so that's what we got for today here on the SPY and the Qs. And I think we have some really solid opportunity here for today. All right, moving on. Let's talk about Uber first. Pretty easy stuff, guys. All right, a couple things that I noticed here with Uber is we would be coming back down into this previous zone of daily resistance that we could bounce off of today and hold above it as intraday support. So that zone is going to be down here between 69.60 to 69.72. So number one, we want to see if Uber comes down, hits that daily zone of support, and we'll see if we have an intraday bounce off that level. Okay, number one. Number two, if you take a fib retracement from this swing low and run it up to this swing high, what is that? So that zone is inside of the golden pocket based on that fib. So that gives you another, confluence to look to take Uber long off that daily zone of solid support. And it would be a golden pocket retracement where we could expect to see more buyers than sellers and see a move back to the upside. So that is going to be the only plan we have for Uber today is a long plan. Right? If you're asking, Josh, would you get short on Uber? I would not. I don't really see the opportunity to get short. Okay? I only see the opportunity to get long. So if we see that long opportunity setting on up, I will take it. If it doesn't set up, I'll be hands off. It will come off the watch list. So all we're looking for Uber to do is come down into that zone, see a nice bounce as intraday support. Then we would look to play this back to the long side. Where to? Let's just go right back to the daily and get an idea of where can Uber go. Main target would be back up off of this prior area of resistance. Okay, so we can go all the way back and see that we have some pretty good resistance back up here off of this spiking high from May 6th. And then we have that high a day from Wednesday. That's going to put you up between 73.60 to 73.84. But I would also be referencing some of these previous days, lows, close, lows, and open. So just look at Wednesday's low and open. Look at yesterday's low and close. Those would be some initial first targets here on Uber today if we get that bounce. All right, so let's just go ahead and mark those up as, reference points. And these will be areas that we want to be mindful of. Maybe take profit if we hit one of these levels and we see price action validating, hey, it's resistance. We look like we're rolling on over. These are areas where we should be mindful to lock in some profits. All right, then we'll go ahead and mark up. We're going to go ahead and go with Wednesday's low of day and draw a zone down into yesterday's close. And this is going to be a pretty decent level between $70.85 and $71.01. And then I would expect it to see it back up to the upper zone of daily resistance on Uber. So again, we're looking for an entry down here between 69.60 to 69.72, right? We have potential to get back up into yesterday's low of day of $70.26, and then potentially up towards around $70.85 to $71.01. Those are going to be some really solid intraday targets to look to scale out and lock in some profits. Could we see more upside on Uber? Yes. Will all of that happen today? Maybe, but maybe not. So what should you do? Maybe think about going 30 to 45 days out on those calls. This is a great day trade opportunity that can turn into a swing trade. So if you're positioned correctly, you could secure nice profits intraday on the day trade and then still have a position to hold as a swing trade if we see more upside potential and we feel confident to hold some of this position, say, into next week for a short-term swing trade. Right? So just make sure you're thinking that through. Make sure you're positioned correctly. But I like Uber. I think there's some decent potential for today, and so I want to keep this thing on watch. Wayfair, risky one. I'm not going to lie. It's a little risky. All right. But it's a gap fill bounce. I just don't like these types of stocks personally. But we have a gap fill bounce opportunity today. So we're going to be opening right at the bottom end of the gap. And these are challenging ones to catch. When a stock opens right at a gap level, if it's going to respect the gap, typically what you see is a very strong pop right at the start of the day off that gap level. So if you're not watching Wayfair, ticker W, right at market open, and you don't have a plan in place and you don't have a position typed up ready to go, you may miss this because most of the time they happen very, very quick. So if you like gap fill bounces, keep Wayfair on watch. Again, that's ticker W. All right. So we want to see it hold 53.42 as support. And as long as we hold 53.42, we could see a gap fill bounce opportunity. Where to? Back up to the top end of this daily gap. That's at 55.33 here on Wayfair. So we have a gap fill bounce opportunity here today. All right. Coin. I'm a little 50-50 the coin, but I promised Tim I would look at it. So what I really want to see coin do is hold this lower zone of support between 244.20 to 245.68 and then break this downtrend. So go back into Wednesday's high a day and connect that lower high on Wednesday. Extend that trend line out to the right, and you see that it was also yesterday's high day as well. And so what did we see? We saw coin get rejected. We came down to that lower zone of support. We bounced. Came back down to that lower zone of support. We bounced. We put in a double bottom yesterday off that daily zone of support. And we see that we're starting to build some slightly higher lows here off of yesterday's low of day. And we have this downtrend over the last 2 days. So what I would like to see is a break of that downtrend. I don't know if I would really want to see it come back down into that zone, but it's still an area I want to keep on high watch. Ideally, what I would like to see coin do is just break through that downtrend and see buyers step in and see that nice move to the upside. How much higher could we go on coin? Well, we have this daily zone of resistance between 250.65 to 251.73. And then if we break through that zone, hold it as intraday support, I would expect to see more upside here on coin today. Where to? Our next area of daily resistance is going to be all the way up at 263.14 to 263.92. Now, could that all happen today? I mean, hey, it could. When coin moves, it moves. We've seen $15, $20 moves in a single day. So that's realistic. It may not happen today, but it could. So again, think coin through. Could this be a great day trade that turns into a swing trade? Yes. Would you want to trade today's expirations? Probably not. Maybe think about going 30 days out in case you want to hold some of this as a swing trade into next week if we see this thing playing on out. So we do have some opportunity today on coin. It's not the best, but there is some potential. So let's go ahead and keep this one on watch and see if it sets up. All right, that's going to be on coin. The last two that I want to discuss in the next 8 minutes, we have Boeing. Right, so we had this game plan created yesterday on Boeing. We're looking for an entry down here around 177.51 to 178.62, and this is a day trade that will most likely turn into a swing trade. So I'm already going to be going 30, 45 days out on BA calls, okay? Ideal entries down around 177.51 to 178.62. That's a key daily zone of support. It's right up against this daily uptrend. It's right at the 50 SMA, and it's right up against a 61.8 retracement as well. There are 4 reasons to look to get long on Boeing down around 177.51 to 178.62 for a nice day trade opportunity that most likely will turn into a nice swing trade. Okay, where's our first target for the swing trade? Retesting these prior highs up around 192. Where is your final target here on Boeing? It's going to be that 200 SMA up around $200. So I like this. I think there's great potential to secure profits intraday, day trading this. And then again, if you're positioned correctly, I think this thing can move well over the next couple of weeks, and we could see those other 2 targets hit in a very short amount of time. The setup's there. We have 4 confluences. It looks amazing. Let's go ahead and keep Boeing on high watch today. And we are sitting right at that zone at open. So I'm putting a lot of my focus on Boeing right at market open because I do not want to miss this A+ swing trade. All right, that's Boeing. And then maybe CCL. I have yet to really look at it. But all we're looking for is a nice little gap fill bounce on CCL. So we left this little gap from last week between 1604 and 1614. So we've been waiting to see if CCL will come on down to the lower end of the gap so we could see a gap fill bounce. Not only that, it would be bouncing off of this 50% retracement. Not only that, you have the 20 EMA sitting right there, and that's a level of support as well. So not only can we see a gap fill bounce, this is a 50% retracement. That 50% level likes to hold as support. It's right in line with the lower end of that daily gap, and the 20 EMA is sitting right there as well. So ideal entries are going to be right around 16 to 1604, and we want to start to see a nice big push out of that zone today and start to see some nice upside and see some nice follow through. A great day trade that most likely will turn into a swing trade. And where's our main swing trade target at? Simply going to be a retest of all of these prior highs right around $17. That's your main profit target there on CCL. And then your second profit target, if we break 17, will be up here off of these prior daily highs around 1762 to 1769 here on CCL. And look at CCL. We're going to be opening right above the daily gap, right above that daily 50% retracement, right above that daily 20 EMA. All we want to see CCL do, come on down, fill the gap, get a bounce. We look to play it long off that lower level of support, and we just want to see it follow through to the upside. Okay? So let's keep CCL on high watch as well. And that's all I got for you. For those of you watching Disney, you already know the game plan on Disney. We've been talking about it for a month. I don't think I need to spend 5 minutes to discuss Disney. Okay, you guys that are watching Disney for the gap fill bounce at 99.37, you are pretty damn close. So if you open above 99.37, you come down and hit it and hold it as support, you could look to play this long for a daily gap fill bounce back up to $100 first. $100 is going to be resistance. Right, so you could probably catch about 60 cents on this move. And that's a lot. Those contracts would probably go about 50% on a 60-cent move on Disney. So you can get a 50% ROI potentially, and you can realistically get a nice 60-cent move today back up to $100. So if you're watching Disney, keep Disney on watch. We are very close to possibly seeing that daily gap fill bounce. All right, that's what I got for you guys today. And then I'm watching SMCI on the back burner, just so you guys know. SMCI, I want to see it hold above this zone between 833.30. It's like 833.30 to like 843.82. It's a huge freaking zone. It's 10 points wide. But I want to try and catch this long off the bottom end of this zone at 833.30, which is right in line with a 50% retracement from yesterday's low of day up to yesterday's high of day. So not only are we seeing a nice, healthy 50% retracement, it's also a solid daily zone of support. So if we come down to the lower end of the zone into that 50% retracement and we hold, I would look to get long, expecting to see SMCI push back up into the 870s, 880s. All right, an ideal entry is going to be right around like 833 here on SMCI. That's a riskier one, right? But I do want to keep it on watch for today. Spencer, what's up in open chat or open floor? What's up? Zach, what's up, dude? Good morning again. And good morning, everybody else inside the chat, if I have yet to say good morning. But let's get it, man. We got a great watch list today. We have a lot of great opportunity, right? The SPY looking pretty good. The Qs looking good as well. Got a couple swing trade opportunities getting ready to set up. One on Boeing, one on CCL, and one on Disney. Then we got Uber, Wayfair, and Coin on watch for today as well. But at market open, I want to put most of my focus on Boeing. I've been waiting for Boeing to pull back for the past few days. It's coming down into that sweet spot. And so I definitely want to be looking at this. If we see opportunity to get long, I'm going to start getting long for that swing trade. And again, 30 to 45 days out. I don't think it's going to take that long to see this get up into those overhead profit targets. I think we could see that take place in about a couple of weeks. So I'm looking about probably not even 30 to 45 days. I'd start thinking 45 to 60 just to buy some extra time. So maybe 45 to 60 days out on Boeing. Okay. But market will be open in about a minute. You guys should be all set, ready to rock and roll. You got your solid game plans in place. You are ready to crush it. And we are going to have a phenomenal Friday, team. Let's get after it. Let's get it started in here. All right, minute to go, guys. Any questions, let me know. Nah, man. The only thing I see is this big daily gap on AMGN. I mean, you could definitely hit the top end of the gap and pop and bounce, but if you ever see AMGN falling below the top end of this gap at 245.46, you could short this down to the 280s. We'll review it in a little bit more detail here in a moment, but I want to make sure we do not miss the Boeing trade off that key level of support, the uptrend, the 50 SMA, and that 61.8 retracement. So high watch on Boeing. It would be a pretty good idea if I get my broker loaded up, don't you think? I think that's a pretty good start for the day. Get your broker loaded. And I put in the wrong password, of course. All right, we good. Oh, come on, Boeing. Don't freaking start popping yet, you little turd.
Morning.
Good morning, Tom. How you doing, man?
Good. Options are terrible right now on that.
Are they? I would assume they're going to be pretty ugly.
Oh, spreads are over $1.
Woo! I love it. Yay! We'll see how we can take advantage of that. Right, let's go look at it real quick. Ticker B to the A. That's even if it even sets up down for us. It's already starting to pop a little bit. I'd like to see it come down a little bit lower, at least to like 77.50 ideally. How long were you going? Like 45, 60 days out?
I've been looking. I went 35. I've gone out as far as 42 days. Even looking at, I'm not going to 200. I was looking at like the 190s are 3 to 485. But there's just no open interest on them. So I started jumping down to like 719 date, which you have 3,700 open interest, which is a little better, but they're $2.52 to $3.
Yeah, it's a pretty big spread. I mean, the only way we get those is if we throw an order on the bid and see if we get filled on the bid or a tick above the bid. But yeah, spreads right now suck on the 35 days out. Going 42 days out, they're not any better. 49 days out, getting worse the further out you go.
Yeah.
I mean, no, the 63 days out are tighter. They're a little bit better. Not great, but you're running a 5%, 6% spread on like 195s, for example. They're a little bit tighter than the other ones going 63 days out, but they're a little bit pricier. Yeah, like the 195s are a 25-cent spread. That's not terrible.
Decent delta, too, at 30, and you've got open interest of 1,200, which is better.
Yeah, on the 195s going 63 days out, those would be the ones that stand out to me at first glance for sure.
I agree with that. And the spreads are kind of bouncing around now.
They're bouncing around, yeah. But you said 1,200 on the open interest?
Yeah.
30 delta? Yeah, I like that. Now we just got to see if Boeing will come on down. I want to really see it tap all three of those points. The 50 SMA, the trend line, bottom end of the zone. That retracement, I mean, that would be like ideal. Make sure that fib's dialed in. It is. Yep. Yeah, CCL said, what's a gap? What's a fib? I don't know. Yeah, nothing there on CCL. Be hands off. Disney got within like 10 cents of the gap. Oh my gosh. And that happened in pre-market too. That's funny. Here comes the Oob. The Uber. Let's keep this one on watch. I do like that opportunity there. Go shop some Uber calls and see what Uber looks like, because this is another great little day trade that can turn to a swing trade. So what are like maybe some 71s look like? 45 days out. Let's buy some time. Let's go look at some 35 days out on Uber. Let's go look at some 71. They don't have 71s. They got a 70 and a 75. I wouldn't go 75 though. 72 50s. Spreads are huge. Got a spread stuck on Uber too.
Yeah, what I like about the 70s on those, you got 36,000 in open interest.
35 days out.
Yep.
Yep. $3 a piece on the 70s.
Delta's up there. Yeah, Delta's up
20
there
cents out of the
53.
money. Yeah, those aren't bad at all, are they?
No.
Those aren't bad. Yeah, it'd be the 35 days out, July 19th, $70 calls on the Oob.
And you're only you're at the money.
You're at the money. Yeah, and we have potential to get up to next, 73.70, which is about 3 points in the money. Those things have a potential of upwards of 100%. I can dig it.
Decent amount of time.
And a great amount of time. Yeah, 35 days. I mean, this thing's been exploding lately too, so I would think it would happen in a week or two at most.
I agree.
And then we're positioned to hold this for a longer term swing trade as well to see if there's more follow through. We got plenty of time to do that. I like it. I want to see it come down to that zone and see a nice little pop here intraday. 69.60 to 69.72. And we are right there, aren't we?
Yeah, right there.
Busting loose and I feel like catching you. I'm just watching it here. Stop on this. I'm not in it, but stop. Let's say you got to give about $1. $1. Get it back up underneath all these lows. Put it back under the 50 SMA. Get it quite under that 61.8 retracement. So like a 68.50 stop.
$1's not bad because you're so close to the money.
Yeah, and those are a 30. What are those? 50. Those are a 50 delta though. So $1 on 10, 500. So even 5 contracts, you're talking like 250 of risk. And that's max risk. You like, I could say, you know what? I don't like it, right? Maybe we crack below it, stay below it intraday, and it looks terrible. We could always cut it early. We don't have to let it go a full $1. But $1 to let it breathe. Some initial risk can kind of go from there. Yeah, I'm looking 35 days out, 60 days out, because these are potential swing trades, for sure. And I just want to make sure I'm positioned correctly. Yeah, CCL said nope. Uber, still waiting. Maybe we get a quick snap back above that zone. A little bit of an intraday higher low off of it. We see an intraday opportunity to get long. I think that would start to really look good for a possible entry. But right now, as we're below it, kind of tapping it as some intraday resistance, I'll be hands off until we see a strong pop back above it. and see some kind of intraday higher low form, then I would start to feel confident to get long here on those. Let's go grab some hedgies. Give me like 541.50 hedge on the SPY. That'd be dope. 541.50 is what I want. It's actually 541. Close enough. 541 is going to be your weekly hedge on the SPY. 535 is your monthly. 535 is your monthly on the SPY. Go grab QQQ hedge pressure here. 476 weekly. 476 is going to be your weekly hedge pressure. Monthly's at 467.50. Again, 467.50 on those. Still not a really, really good indication yet intraday that I want to get long unless we start to actually pop off that zone, start to push back above like 76, 75. I would do a starter position. I mean, it's a swing trade. It's a day trade that has a high probability chance of being a swing. So I don't have to go all in all at once. I can build a position throughout the day and even throughout, the week. So the 5-minute looks pretty decent. I wonder if we get a weekly, like any kind of hedge on Uber. I don't know. It's such a cheap stock. Let's see if we get hedges on Uber.
Boeing left a hanger.
Did it? Other trucker. F you, Boeing. It's okay. You can't catch them all, but we got Uber setting up for us. Come on, give me a hedge on Uber. That'd be nice. Yeah, I started a position on Uber here. Yeah, CCL's rolling. This don't look all that good for a swing. It's coming off the watch list right now. Had potential, but not really doing a whole lot. My broker's struggling today. It is struggling here. So focus on the SPY here. I'm going to put some focus on the SPY. You got weekly hedge of 541. We broke it. Would like to see a retest. One thing you can do as well to see if you have any confluences is take a fib retracement from low a day and drag it up to that high a day. Right? You actually see a 61.8 retracement would be right in line with that 541 weekly hedge pressure. And, I mean, you're looking through pre-market, but you do have a bit of a fair value gap that was created in pre-market into the open. And the top end of this little 5-minute fair value gap just so happens to be right at the 61.8 retracement, right at 541 weekly hedge pressure as well. So if you're looking for a break and retest off weekly hedge, I wouldn't be opposed to it. You'd catch it back up to high day for about 60 cents. And then from there, if you have any follow through, back up to that 543.40 region on the SPY. What we see with the SPY, I would do the same thing with the Qs, is take a fib retracement from low a day to high a day along this pullback into this daily zone of support. Yeah, if we pull back into that daily zone of support to the bottom end of it, for example, that's going to put you in that golden pocket off this intraday fib retracement. Got a couple things that stand out. Nice little intraday break. Retest would be a nice, healthy retracement as well. And that could lead to the next leg up to that top zone of resistance that we have here on the Qs. So just kind of analyzing right now, not jumping into anything, just analyzing, looking to see what we do have.
I'm looking at Boeing as with a retest now.
I was getting ready to say that. I'd like to see it come down a little bit lower. I mean, my ideal entry is going to be right around like 177.70 to like 178. That's where I would like to see it. Go down to like a 1 minute, 5 minute, see how price is developing off that level. And if it looks good intraday off all of that daily support, that's where I would like to get long on Boeing if we get there.
Take it off of the 50 SMA.
Yeah, 50 SMA, that trend line, the fib. And there's just a lot of confluence down there at that 177.70 to like 178. Well, just like that, our Uber calls are starting to push into the money. If we can just follow through now, that's it. We just want to see some follow through to the upside.
Yo, yo.
Yo, what's up, dude?
Just getting back in the office from donut day with the little one.
Aw, what kind of donuts you get?
I don't know.
Some Dunkin' Donuts.
No, it wasn't. There was just a bunch of white boxes. There was got to be like a donut place around the corner. It could have been
Krispy Kreme.
Nah, it wasn't Krispies.
Ah,
I don't know. It was all right.
yeah, it's okay.
I'm not a big donut fan, but it was all right.
Oh, I hate donuts.
It was,
I
a little donut with Dad day.
So. What's up?
It was just a little donuts with Dad day for Father's Day.
That's nice.
It's not about the donuts.
Exactly.
12 minutes to data. You got 10 o'clock data today.
No. Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything till that. Do we have some hegemos today?
Yeah, you got the Qs weekly hedge at 476. I don't know if you guys want monthly, but monthly's way down there in the 460s.
Yeah.
When it's so far off like that, I don't even put it up. The SPY, you got a weekly of 541.
541.
Is there?
Tanks.
Oh, welcome.
Interesting
I'm looking
comments.
for a pullback off 541 for an entry long on the SPY. That was nice. Those donuts getting to you.
Donuts and caffeine, carbonated caffeine.
Interesting comments today from the Cleveland Fed president, who's not on the FOMC but has influence. Says that they should not wait to cut interest rates till we get down to 2%. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to see the SPY pull back to weekly hedge of 541 and retest it. It's a 61.8 retracement as well off this low day to high day. And if you look at 5-minute fair value gaps, you do have a slight little fair value gap right there at 541 as well. That's the top end of it. The only thing with that 5-minute fair value gap is it's from that 925 candle in pre-market to this 935 intraday candle. But if you were to look at like ES, for example, it's still like right there. So I would reference it as another confluence here on the SPY. A little bit of this fair value gap right here between 540.87 up to 541.01. You'd be looking to get about 60 cents of upside back up to high day. If we get any follow through would be up in the next zone of daily resistance, which is 543.17 to 543.35. Just be mindful, you do have data in 9 minutes. So if we do get this trade, we still have 5-6 minutes till data, and we're still in it. Just hard stops in the system or flatten the position completely. If it sets up right at like 9:59, I wouldn't take the trade. There goes my broker again being stupid, not even loading the options chain. Like every day this week. Shut it down and start it back up. That'll. Nope. Okay. Well, it'll be a futures trade then on ES. All right, next area of resistance on the Qs, it's going to be all-time highs at 478.39er. So we'll see what the Qs do up at that all-time high level. A nice little uptrend on the Qs. We just broke this zone of resistance, which was at 477.52 to 477.73. So if we see a clear, strong break through that zone and we start to see a nice, healthy pullback into that zone for a break and retest, it'd also be coming back down into a 0.3 off this trend line. So you got a break and retest off a key daily zone. Number one. 0.3 of this intraday uptrend. That would be reason number 2 to look for a trade. And you find a third and final reason. Well, I got one. We have this little 1 minute hiccup candle. Straight up, hiccup candle, straight up. So, I mean, that's still going to be an area to keep on watch. That little 1 minute hiccup candle that falls in line with the trend line and the lower end of that daily zone. And then lastly, fib retracements, baby. That'd be a 38.2 retracement. That gives you 4 separate solid reasons to look for a long right around 477.53, expecting to come up and retest those all-time highs. But data is going to be dropping in 6 minutes. Be mindful of that, guys. And these are boomer bust trades, especially adding that trend line for a 0.3. You don't want to see it crack the trend line. The trend line falls in line with the bottom end of that daily zone. 38.2 retracement, right up against that 1 minute hiccup candle, right? The fact that we have a 0.3 of a trend line really helps us, identify our risk. And we can assess that this is going to be a boomer bust trade. We don't need to put stops way down here, right? We put stops right underneath that trend line. And that falls underneath all of that support as well. So you got a 4-to-1 risk reward here. But be mindful, you got data in 4 minutes, which is just something to be mindful of, guys. You can say, you know what, I'm not going to take it. We're too close to the data. If you do decide to take it, you got hard stops in the system, but you have to be mindful that there could be a load of slippage. I mean, if we dump hard, you may get 5 points of potential slippage on that trade, and your loss could be a lot more than what you expect. So that means, hey, maybe reduce your size to account for potential slippage. If you still want to take the trade, if you're more experienced, you know what to do. If you're newer, you just don't trade around data. Let's go, Uber. Let's go. Wow, wow. Yeah, data in less than 2 minutes here. Pretty close. Probably just be hands off, guys. Something will set up for you. All right, 50 seconds till you get Michigan consumer sentiment data. If you're not in a trade, you should be hands off. If you're in a trade, hard stops in or consider taking profits. You have profits. Just be mindful that you got data that will move the market. The market will react, and you don't know how it's going to react. Doing phenomenal, man. Just chilling. A little pre-data Paparuski there. What you gotta do when I come for you? Bad stock, bad stock. What you gonna do? And data. A little bit of reaction, nothing too crazy. SPY can't. Oh, SPY was like, I'm going to fair value gap. I go bounce now. SPY's right off weekly hedge here. Right off that 5-minute fair value gap. Let's see if it even reacts off this level. If we're just going to get slammed right through it. What's up?
Sentiment was a big miss.
Was a big miss?
Falls to 65.6. Estimates were 72.
Hmm.
But in brighter news, Nvidia just keeps on printing.
Yeah, day over day, man, nonstop. That freight train is not slowing down. Choo choo.
What's going on, guys?
Kevin, what up?
Not much, man.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good.
I'm doing good.
Love it.
I had a question about the feed for how your the chart plays out and stuff, like as far as your I don't know why I'm drawing a blank here. Oh, real-time data.
Yes.
Basically on
Okay.
right. So because I'm linked up to TradingView through TopStep,
Yep.
through TradeAbate, I'm noticing like the price moves accordingly on if I'm in a contract, but the bars, the candles aren't moving, they're lagging behind it. So I'm not in real time. Like I am in real time, but there's a major lag there. So like if I bought the data for $9 or $10 on TradingView, would that fix that problem?
Explain
Like,
the
I'm
issue
supposed
in
to
a
be-
little bit more detail first. So when you look at TradingView, so where's the discrepancy?
I
Explain
trade
it.
on TradingView, right?
Right.
So if I'm in a contract and it's right at my buy and it's $0, and then it ticks down a couple of ticks, the price could still be at $0, which means to me that candle should be back up there, but sometimes the candle will still be 2 or 3 ticks down.
That's weird. I mean, you have TradeAbate linked to TradingView, and with your
Correct.
Combine and challenge accounts and all that, you get free data included. So I don't think buying data is going to solve the issue. Are you on the right contract? Are you, because it just rolled a couple days ago? Are you on the right contract?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
so I go sometimes because I chart the actual contract chart, and then I chart the GC exclamation point.
Mhm.
So I chart them both because I chart them a little differently. So
Okay.
depending on what chart I want to trade on. So I go back and forth, and the discrepancies all across the board.
That's weird. Yeah, I mean, you have real-time data, so I don't know if it's a data thing. I mean, have you tried to shut it down and restart your trading view to see if that fixes it? Or maybe
It's been a problem since day one. I guess it's got to be just third party related.
I mean, try it. I mean, it doesn't hurt. I mean, go to TradingView and enable the $9.99 package for data and see if that fixes the issue. If not, then it's a TradingView issue. Right? It's not a data problem, but it would just be a platform problem at that point. So
Right.
I mean, I would go spend the $10 and just see if it fixes the issue. But to me, it doesn't seem like it would be a data issue because you already have real-time data enabled through Tradeovate. Maybe log
Right,
out of Tradeovate
exactly.
and log back in and see if that's that fresh connection, like bridges, and see if that fixes it.
We have a member here. I believe his name is Steve. I don't know if he's in the mastery. He was in the Zoom. I'm not sure, or if it's I'm not sure who it was actually, but they were telling me to buy the data package through TradingView because
Mhm.
it would make a big difference. But that was a few months ago, and I was wondering if you recall that conversation and who that might have been, and if I could pick their brain a little more about it.
Yeah, I do
Thinking-
not recall the conversation, but look at the top left of your platform. Is it in green, or does
Yeah.
it show a D next to it? Is there a D next to it?
No, it's green.
It's just green with no
It's
D.
green. Everything's in order except, like, and sometimes it makes a big deal, sometimes it's a really big deal to me because I'm trying to look at price action, but I have to read the price of my contract to know what's actually happening.
Yeah, because you're not seeing that actually reflect on the chart. I got you. Yeah, I mean, I would say the easiest fix and the easiest solution is just to go pay that $9.99, enable real-time data, and see if that fixes your issue. If not, then it seems to be an issue with the Tradeovate link to TradingView or something internally with just TradingView alone. Well, then I would just create a support ticket to TradingView and say, hey, what the hell's going on? Just paid for data,
So
and I
you
still
don't
see this crazy
experience-
discrepancy.
You don't experience that issue when you were trading on TradingView linked
Never.
up to TradeOvate,
I never did. Nope.
but you also have your data
But
subscription.
I also,
would
I've
imagine.
always had data. Yeah, because I look at other things besides futures. So I've always had data.
I think that would fix my problem. Another $10. Okay. That helps. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
And then how about
Absolutely.
Top Step X? You like the way it moves on Top Step X? What platform does that trade on? Top Step X is what it's called.
It's a web browser. Yeah, so you go to topstepx.com, you log in, it's through a web browser. I like it personally. It's simple.
Is it comparable to TradingView or?
It's all TradingView. It's the TradingView charts. You can right click and do buys and sells and limits and stops. I mean, they use the TradingView functionality built in to Top Step X, but it's a
Okay.
different interface, which I like the interface. You got the ladder, you got the time and sales, you got your hot buttons. It's a much nicer interface doing it through Top Step X, but it's the same functionality that you would get through TradingView as far as charting and trading from the charts.
All right, cool. The
Yeah, I like
other
it.
thing or problem or issue or whatever is I'm trying to get level 2 and start to learn how to read it and stuff, but the level 2 that's included with TraderVate only gives me the amount of contracts, the amount of orders in at the price that we're trading at. It
You don't
doesn't
have
give me the whole
depth.
ladder.
Yeah, you didn't pay for the depth, the order book depth.
Oh,
or
that's
whatever it is.
$30.
Yeah,
That's
if
that
you want the
$30
depth,
charge a month.
Yeah, it's like whatever it is. It's like, hey, would you like to enable market depth? And it's like $30. That's what you would need is market depth to actually get like your ladder. So that's included with Top Step X. Like I can see the depth. Looking at the chain, which essentially is looking at your level 2, and then I got my time and sales. That's all included with Top Step X. But yeah, if you want to do it through TradingView, through the Tradeovate link, you got to pay for the market depth option. I think it's like $30 a month.
Wow. Okay.
Boeing's coming into that zone.
Is it?
Yep.
Here's the thing though, man. Like me personally, I don't look at time and sales level 2 when I trade futures. I don't. I just trade my levels. Price action levels, analysis. I don't need to, add more distractions and more things to look at. Because it's hard to learn how to read the level 2, how to read order flow and the time and sales. It's a fucking challenge. It's one of the most challenging things to do, man. And that's just going to distract you more than like help you. So I would say like back burner that idea.
Okay.
Personally, that's just my 2 cents, but I'm sure someone else can add to that. I know you like to get different, insights, different recommendations.
Yeah, no, I know that you've utilized it, and you know, I don't know if it was mainly in penny stocks or if I
Penny
know
stocks.
you trade. Okay.
It was only penny stocks. When I traded pennies, I always look at the level 2 time in sales.
Right.
Anything else, I really don't look at it. The only time I look at it like a level 2, it's like, okay, my stop's at 75.50, right? So if I see the ask come below 75.50, I click my stop button because I don't use hard stops, I manual stop, right? Or if like, hey, I'm going to trail every 20 cents, I'll look at the time, I'll look at the level 2 and see it tick up every 20 cents, and I know what my new threshold is as far as trailing my stop every, say, 10, 20 cents. I'll look at the level 2 for that. But as far as looking at order blocks and big orders and stuff, really with just penny stocks. And I don't really look
Gotcha.
too much at the order flow, the time in sales, unless again it's a penny stock.
Okay.
That's just
Do
me
you
though.
think do you think they're going to be migrating to Top Step X and kind of doing away with the older platform?
I would
Is
say
that
so
what,
because
the whole
linking
purpose?
it with Ninja Trader and Rhythmic and then linking it with Tradeovate, they pay a fee to do that. They pay a fee per account per link. So now that they have their own platform, they're probably going to do away with those other links and those third parties and go in-house because now they don't have any extra overhead or fees to link people's accounts up. So I would say probably, that would save their business,
Right.
money and add more money to their bottom line. I'd assume that's why they created their own platform. Why would they spend
That's
hundreds of thousands of dollars just to create a platform when you can link it to TradingView? You know what I mean?
that's kind of what I'm starting to see happen here. So I'm kind, trying to figure out whether or not I'm going to migrate myself over to what, I got to get in line with the program, right?
What do you mean?
Well, if that's what's happening here, whether it's, months away, a year away, or whatever, I should probably try to experience Top Step X and start learning,
You'll
or
like it. Because again, it's all
yeah,
TradingView.
okay.
So all your charting is TradingView, the layout's TradingView, like it's TradingView. Like you don't have your watch list off to the side. You don't have some of the other things, but I mean, it's TradingView charting and it's all the same tools and functionality. I like TopStepX. I think it's a really solid interface, man. I think it's better than trying to link it with Tradeovate. I like it better personally. But if you're going on a phone,
Right.
that's gonna be a pain in the ass trying to do it on a phone. I don't even know if they have the
Right.
app yet for it. I think they may be putting an app together. I'm not sure.
Brandon. He
Brandon.
mentioned they have the app. Brandon.
Do they? Oh, then you have an app for it. It's perfect. Yeah, there is Boeing though.
All right. Well, thank you for the information.
Yeah, buddy, man. Absolutely. I would just migrate the Top Step X and, download the app and give it a shot. Plus, it'll save you some money. You don't have to enable market data. You don't need to pay the $30 for the market depth. It's streamlined. You can do all the same things, plus more on it. Both Boeing, what I want to see, Tom, is I want to see the start of some kind of like intraday reversal. Like here's a high, low, lower high, lower low. I want to start to see a shift in this intraday downtrend to a start of a potential intraday uptrend, right? Where we get some, higher lows and higher highs that come through inside of the zone. That would make me feel good to, start to build a position here on Boeing intraday.
Right.
So just sitting back and waiting. SPY's getting close to that gap, so I'm eyeballing the gap. Like really, I'm just looking at this gap here on the SPY. We had two plans off the top end of the gap. 539.62 is the top end of the gap, and game plan number one was if it comes down and it holds that level as good intraday support, we look to play the SPY long back up to weekly hedge pressure. Game plan number two is if we see a nice, clean, strong crack below the top end of the gap, followed by a retest as resistance, and we stay below it, I'm looking to take the SPY short down to that 537. That's going to be the bottom end of that daily gap here on the SPY.
Hey Josh, I'm gonna get back to work here, but real quick before I do, I just wanted to say, man, those pep talks every once in a while, we link up in that meeting. I don't know, what it is, but I come out on top
Yeah,
after those meetings every time.
I love
I
it, man.
maxed out profit. I maxed out profits in two combines
Oh yeah,
today, and I really appreciate it, man.
yeah,
Always helpful.
for sure, man. Here, so you maxed out profit in both. So you did a good. You did good. 1,000, $1,500. Like you crushed it, right?
Yeah.
Open up your demo account for the rest of the day. You're gonna have the urge still, man. Right? We haven't fully overcame that. It's still there. Let's just accept it. That's the first step, right? So just get into a simulated account and just fuck around, but don't chisel those profits back away. But still get
Oh,
the urge
yeah,
out
there's
in a
no
simulated account and have some fun with it, dude.
right.
Or I'll punch you.
Absolutely.
I'll come to where you live and I will find you and I will choke you. No, I'm kidding.
Awesome.
But no, yeah, sim account, man. Just have some fun with it. Get the urge out in the sim account, or even open up another combine account. Just fuck around with it, but do not tap back into those profits you've already made. We're getting that much closer to your next 2 funded accounts with Top Step. This is impressive, man. So good job.
Absolutely appreciate it.
Mhm.
Thanks again.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, dude. Way to crush it. I got a possible short coming on up here on the SPY down into the top end of the gap. And what do we see? We have a retest of weekly hedge pressure resistance, number 1. Number 2, we have this 5-minute fair value gap. The bottom end of it is right at weekly hedge pressure, which is really nice. And then I'm going to take a fib extension from that swing high, drag it down into the swing low, and run it back up and see if I get another level of confluence. Wabam! Would you look at that? It is going to be your golden freaking pocket off that fib extension. So you got 1, 2, 3 reasons to look to get short on the SPY up at 541, and we would have a target back down at the top end of that daily gap at 539.62. So you have $1.40 of potential, some great potential here. And you could literally put stops above the 23.6 extension, put stops above weekly hedge pressure, and put your stops above that 5-minute fair value gap. You can run about 25 cents of total risk on this trade and not get prematurely stopped out. You have a realistic target down there at the top end of that gap. Dude, that is a 5-to-1 risk reward. I love it. That's a solid little plan there. 3 reasons to take it. Let's see if it gives us something here, guys. And you can scale that at 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1. You don't have to hold your entire position down to your main target. You can still scale out into your target at your 2-to-1, 3-to-1. Mitigate risk, bring your stops down strategically, manage your trade. I do like what we have here coming on up. I will be taking that on ES, just so you guys know. So futures, because I can't get my options broker the load, the options chain, and that's been an ongoing issue this whole freaking week. First target would be back down into this prior low. So your first target would have to be a 2-to-1. But main target, if we get some follow through, top into that daily gap. Looking pretty juicy here, ladies and gentlemen. You get there, SPY. One more little right into the 540.90s. Like, you just got to get into like the 540.90s, right up against 541. I take you short. Got about 25 cents of risk here. Don't be a turd, SPY. Just give it to us. One and done, baby. One and done. You can do it. But just be mindful of this. Like, yeah, do we have a realistic target down at the top end of that daily gap? 100%. But what if we start to see the pullback and we start to see this little higher low formation? Could we see a possible little reversal here to the upside? Absolutely. So where should you take profit? Probably not all profit, but where should you scale out? Right? Probably where that higher low could form. Where's the most realistic area that we could see a potential little higher low form? Probably right up against that previous low, right? At like 540.44. So like your first target, 2 to 1, got to take out some profits, in my opinion. Then if we get some follow through here, your runner could take you down to like 539.62, but we need to see some kind of a price reaction off all of this resistance. So I'm not in yet, but I'll tell you if I jump in. Nice little reaction here. I may start to scale in, but I want to see a nice proper reaction. I don't want to see this thing close above weekly hedge pressure. Right now, I'm not touching it because we are showing some strength through those levels. Not really seeing price action or a reaction, price reaction off these levels, really validating an entry. So I'm just still hands off right now. I'm flat here. We just put in a higher high as well. I would expect the start of a pullback, maybe see a higher low, and then maybe see a little bit more upside. I like to see this candle close back below weekly hedge. There we go. I'd like to see the next candle open, push up and tap weekly hedge pressure, and I would take it short and put stops here at 541.25. So broke above weekly hedge, closed above it, instantaneous rejection back below it. I want to see a quick little 1 minute candle back test, get short, put stops 25 cents overhead, and then ride that down into that swing low for a quick little 2 to 1. Since we can see a bit of a false breakout here of weekly hedge. But let's see how it sets up, if it sets up. Be a quick little scalp, but want to make sure it doesn't shoot on right back on up here, but came up to the 23.6 extension, filled the entire 5 minute fair value gap, got rejected back below weekly hedge pressure instantaneously. I want to see the next 1 or 2 candles, stay below 541. Right now, we're just sitting right here at 541.02. This candle's got about 7 more seconds to close on out. Nothing really standing out looking sexy. And then QQQ getting up to high a day here. Or all-time highs. All-time highs on the Qs. SPY starting to push up just a little bit higher than what we wanted. Price action was never really validating the trade. We could have seen it set up here on this previous 1 minute candle. If we would have seen a quick 1 minute candle back test and see that reaction, that would have looked good for a short entry, expecting we see one more leg down before getting a possible, higher low and seeing the next leg on up. I mean, that's still a possibility. Like, there's no short right here at all. But we did see, you know, high, low, lower high, lower low. Here's a higher high. Now we can expect to see a pullback. We can expect to see a higher low and then maybe see our next and second leg to the upside. So since I don't really see an awesome short to jump in on right now, I'm going to be hands off. I'm going to try and map out where can we see this higher low formation occur? Where could we look to get long and try and catch the second leg to the upside? This right here is leg number 1, right? We broke and made a new higher high. So this is your first leg up. We want to see a pullback, find a bottom, put in a higher low, and look to catch that long for the second leg to the upside. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and run a fib retracement from this previous swing low into this previous swing high. And we're just trying to identify an area that has the highest probability of forming that higher low that we're looking for. Jump into a 5-minute. Do we have a fair value gap to the downside? We do. Right there. And that's right in line with a 50% retracement, which is wonderful. And it's also back up against our previous low of day. On that first 5-minute candle open, that was our first little low of day before pushing on up. So if we see a higher low developing and forming here between this 540.56 and 540.69, I would like to look to take it long, expecting we get the second leg to the upside. Even though we're below hedge pressure, I feel like we could easily push above it and see that next leg on up. So somewhere in this little yellow box is where we would like to see some good price action like this, where we come down and bounce, 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 and we see, hey, we are starting to form a bottom. We have some support there. It's in line with the 50% retracement as well. So I think that would be a killer opportunity to look to get long somewhere between this 540.56 to 540.69. And the biggest thing that really stands out to me is the fact that we just saw this higher high come through. Over this previous high, there's your higher high. I could expect to see a pullback, see a higher low, and then see the second leg to the upside. And that could be a nice little one and done as well. So that's where my head is right now. That's what I'm looking for here on the SPY. Pull back for us, baby. Give us a nice little 40, 45 cent pullback. Give us that higher low. Set on up. Give us that amazing opportunity to play you long, beautiful SPY. See what we got here. Come on down. Yeah, right around like 540.60 would be like an ideal area. Looks like we're rolling. I think we get that pullback. Then we just got to see that higher low form, guys. A little bit more, SPY. A little bit more. My options work yet? No. Jesus. Ridiculous. So again, I'd be trading just futures on this opportunity. I would like to trade some options here, but yeah, I can't get my options chain to load today. About 20 more cents to the downside before we see the potential higher low form. And we'll go from there and see if we have an A+ opportunity in front of us. So again, ideal entries would be inside of that 5-minute fair value gap, right off the 50% retracement. Stops right below all that support. You can run about 20 cents of risk, let it breathe. First target, retesting these prior highs right here. That's a 3-to-1, but your main target would be back up at high a day, potentially a 5-to-1 risk reward here. A little bit lower, SPY. 20 more cents, baby. Come on down. Give us that nice little bottom. Develop that higher low, and we can definitely look for an opportunity and look for a trade here to the long side, guys. Again, main target would be back up at high a day. That's a full $1 of upside. You can run safely about 20 cents of risk. That's a 5-to-1. Even into your first target, retesting these prior highs, you still have a 3-to-1 risk reward. I like that. That stands out to me. Even into hedge pressure, you're sitting at a 2-to-1. So there's opportunity here, guys. All eyes on the SPY. We're inside that fair value gap. Want to see it come down to that 50% retracement. Don't just tap the fair value gap and pop, dude. Don't do it. Don't be weird. And don't just keep dumping. All right, decent little reaction here. We don't want to see this candle close below that 5-minute fair value gap. That would invalidate the fair value gap. But we just took a little bit of a dip into the golden pocket off that fib retracement. And that's where we saw a reaction. This candle closes inside of that fair value gap. I'm looking to take it long. And I'm going to keep my stops right around like 15, 20 cents here. So far, so... Oh, no, look at that. That was... Nope. That trade's kind of dead right now. That's awesome. I love it. We'll keep doing some analysis here. Take the fair value gap away. All right, we still have a fib retracement that we can pull back into. That fair value gap is not really being valid right this moment. Is today going to be one of those days where we have like really, really good opportunity, but like nothing validates itself? That would be pretty unfortunate.
I don't like the divergence between SPY and Qs right now. Qs made a higher high, SPY made a lower high.
Yeah, so yeah. Yeah. I agree with you, man. But I do like the Qs now that you said the Qs. I mean, nice little fib retracement here.
A little bounce into that zone, that box that you got.
Yeah, we just saw a 50% retracement off the fib from low day to high day into 0.3 of this uptrend, and it's coming off that higher high. I just don't like that zone of resistance.
VWAP is right there on that bounce too.
Oh, is it?
In case you're curious.
Yeah, for sure. The more confluences they have, the better. So 0.3 of the uptrend, bounce off the VWAP, a little 50% retracement as well. Still building higher lows and higher highs. Technically speaking, we are in a daily uptrend here.
What's that little box that you have, right? Like what is that, 477.50? Top one.
Over here?
Yeah.
477.52 to 477.73. But
I'd like to see a low volume push into that and then break that trend line and fall.
And like a lower high crack, yeah. I like that idea. I can dig it. Yeah, let's do it.
Make the call.
Let's do it. Down to this zone right here between, where do I got it at? like 476.51 to 476.70. Be a good little target. That's about $1 of downside. Let's do it, man. I like it. Little lower high crack of the trend line on the 0.4. Let's do this as well. Let's take a fib from high a day into this pullback low and run it back up. That'll give us a nice little 50% retracement as well into that zone where we could see that lower high. You got this little 1 minute hiccup candle chilling right there as well. Yeah, I can dig it. I'd like to see if that sets up. What are you going to crack right now, Mr. Q's? What you gonna do? And that is technically a lower high. I just wanted to see a nicer lower high. It's like today's that day where you see some pretty good, solid opportunity. You have your confluences established, but you're just not really seeing validation on these trades, which is unfortunate. So right now, just the SPY down at 539.62. That's going to be the next area of support for the SPY. If we hit it, we hold it, and we bounce, we could play that long back up the hedge. We crack below it, stay below it, we're going to get short for a daily gap fill on the SPY. Well, that freaking sucks on Uber. That is not what you want to see. I may cut this for a small loss and look for a re-entry if it sets back up. I mean, I got in right here at 69.60. It's only down like 20 cents. Just rolling pretty hard right now, and I don't like that. So I would say if we have a intraday close below like 69.27, that 61.8 retracement, I'll close it for a really, really teeny paper cut. And if it sets back up, we could always re-enter. I'm definitely not going to add to it. I was starting a position. Ever added to it. Definitely not going to add to it if we crack below that, 69.27. I'll cut it for a really small loss. And again, if it sets up, it sets up. We'll go from there. But that's really not what you want to see there.
I said I wanted a lower high on Qs. I didn't mean a one candle lower high.
Right.
What the hell?
Like, yep, there it is.
But it went right down into that next box you have there.
Mm-hmm.
We
And
read
then
it
you got-
perfect. It just went too early.
Yeah, they got hedge at 476. The SPY's got a little bit more room to the downside. Just a little bit.
I'm saying SPY just squeaked a low day.
We are still rolling. I would say next, if Q's crack below 476.50, we coming on down the weekly hedge of 476 before we see a pop. It's holding that zone pretty decent, though. So I'm going to go small on NQ here on QQQ because we see really good price action off that lower zone and volume stepping in as well. So I'm going to take a long position here on the Qs off that zone, stops right below that swing low, and look to see if we get that bounce back up into that 477.35 to 477.40 level. Again, my risk is about 20 cents. We're looking to get at least 60 to 70 cents to the upside. But I like how we came down into that zone. Nice bounce, nice increase in volume. Even this candle here, we popped on up. We had a little bit of a pop in volume. So I'm in like right there at like 476.65. I got my stop here at like 476.45. So again, like 20 cents of risk, keeping it really tight. It's a boom or bust trade. If it doesn't pop out of that zone, I want to get out quick. And the goal is to see if we get back up into maybe that prior swing high or that top zone of resistance. So it's a boom or bust trade. Stops are super duper tight. And let's see if we get a nice little bounce off that zone, at least back up to like 477.38, and then possibly that top zone of resistance here on the Qs. So this is what my trade plan looks like. Up in here, up in here. Up in here, up in here.
You did not sound none close to DMX.
No. Not even close. I got to get my raspy voice out. Up in here, up in here. Not even close either. Trying, man. I'm trying. Yeah, we need to get above this 477.04 for my target to get hit up here. Get ready to take some profit. Give it to me. I'm bringing stops up now to break even. I don't want to see it roll back into that zone. Give it to me, baby. Hit my target. I think we're going to get it. This is how we do it. La, 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 la. I mean, if you guys want to take profit, you can. I'm going to bring stops to break even, and my target's right here, a couple pennies away. About 20 cents. Right now, you are sitting at a 2-to-1. My target was right there at 477.34 first, and then that top zone of resistance. My target's like getting hit right there, so we're going to get ready to take some profit here. Give it to me, baby. Okay, I took a little bit of profit there. And I'm going to put stops below this 1 minute candle low just to run the stop nice and tight. Nice little trade. Keep on going, baby. A little bit more. Just rip up to that 477.60. That would be superb. But we are right there with the 10 cents. I have my finger on the trigger to close the entire position out. I took half my position. And if this candle flips red, I'm going to close it if it makes a 1 minute candle lower low. We're still hanging on by a thread. See if we get one more little pop out of it. I would show you where my stop's at. I don't want to take my finger. Okay, I'm out. All right, that's that. Nice little trade there on the Qs. Nice little 449. Decent little trade. I like it. Price development was nice. You know, it wasn't just, you know, price action. It developed there for a good, you know, 3 minutes as well. But you came down, really nice reaction. Next red candle comes down, stops falling, closes right at the bottom end of my zone. Next candle opens, and we start to see some decent price action on that candle. Something else that stood out to me is this candle right here. We left that nice lower shadow. We saw that nice price reaction, but we can back that up with a nice increase in volume as well. So I got in when I saw good development, good price action. My stop is right below that zone, right underneath that low. It is a boomer bust trade, and I'm simply just targeting that prior swing high, which we got within like 5 cents from. So that was the trade, in and out within about 7 minutes. I will see if it sets back up. Yeah, if Uber falls below low, a damn out of that for now. It's a swing trade, so I'm going to give it some time. But if we can't get back above that key zone intraday and regain it with a higher low, I'm not going to like it. Right? We're below that zone. What is it now? It's resistance. If we push into it and stay below it as resistance and we curl and make a new low a day and a lower low, that doesn't look good. I'm going to close it for now and see if it sets back up. But if we snap back above that daily zone, regain it as intraday support, I'm okay with still holding this because the swing trade looks intact intraday. It's looking good as well. And that's how I want to manage this trade on Uber. Yeah, and then SMCI played out beautifully. I missed that trade right at 833 up into the 870s. That was a nice trade. But those options were disgusting. Boeing is not looking all that great right now. So your hands off on Boeing until it has a decent little daily close. You'd like to see a nice little lower shadow. You kind of want to see a candle like this. Like, yeah, it's dipping below all those levels. We can't justify an entry just yet. But towards the end of the day, if we start to see that we're going to close something like this, and we're going to close above those 4 key levels of support, that looks pretty good to start a position on Boeing for the swing trade. But right now, the negative. I want to see Uber get back above that zone. And that's looking good. Now we would just want to see it turn back into support intraday. So far, so good. The spine, the Qs. If you are wondering, would I get short off the downtrend on the SPY? Yes, 0.3 downtrend rejection on the SPY. It's coming off of a lower low. Back into 0.3 of this downtrend. It's also a 23.6 extension right up against weekly hedge pressure resistance as well. So absolutely, if we get that reaction off this trend line, I would get short, expecting we see a move on down to the top end of that daily gap, and I would safely throw stops above weekly hedge pressure. So if you are wondering, is that a good trade? I think so. About 17 cents of risk. If we get down to the top end of that gap, which is realistic, because we are still building lower highs and lower lows, it's a 7-1, guys. You could even pump that up and give it a little bit more breathing room just in case. Run about 25 cents of risk. Still got a solid 5-1 risk reward. And we are building lower highs and lower lows. We are stair-stepping down. The next key level of daily support is the top end of that gap. So to target, the top end of that gap as your main target makes a lot of sense. Putting stops over all of this resistance looks pretty solid as well. So I'm short. I think it looks good. Nice risk reward. 3 reasons to get short. Trading with the trend. And right now we are still downtrending technically. Putting in lower highs and lower lows. We see that follow through and the trend continues. I would expect a lower low into that key daily level of support at 539.62. So I am short with 1 ES contract. Got my 25 cents of risk here. If it still looks good and the trade is still intact, I'm happily going to add to this position here. Yeah, we don't want to see this holding above weekly hedge. What's up, kiddo? Oh, you can't win them all. This may be a quick little stop out here. Is it one of those low volume pumps? Because, I mean, we have been fading on off with volume for the past, what is that, about 20 minutes. And while this candle's still live, it could be intact, but that's going to stop. That's a stop. Well, you can't win them all. Ain't Pokemon, can't catch them all, you can't win them all, but tell you what, I don't know about you guys, but it's a good day full of opportunity, but I'll tell you what, I'm kind of like 50-50 with just the overall price action. But, hey, 1 for 2. 1 winner, 1 loser, still positive on the day, but it was well worth it. 3 reasons to take it short. Trading with the trend, expecting to see that next leg down. I liked it. I would take that trade again. But stop was hit. Small little paper cut. Let's go see how Uber's doing. See if we need to manage that. Oh, we're still good. Looks pretty good. Nothing just yet with Boeing. I want to see a little bit more here intraday. But as long as we hold that that 50 SMA, that daily uptrend, we don't fall below the bottom end of the zone at 177.51. There's still a lot of great potential here with Uber. I mean, with Boeing. That's still on watch. Check out those other swings we had. JP Morgan, JPM. Coming into next week, there's still potential there. You guys have any questions, let me know. We had 2 trades today. We had a lot of opportunity, but only 2 trades that really validated that we took. A lot of opportunity mapped out, trade plans built, just no solid, reactions or validation to take them. So 1 for 2 on the day. That's 50%. Still slightly positive, up 233. First trade was a little over 400. Second trade's loss was about 2. And so that still nets me about small little 233 between the 2 trades. Keeping size pretty light today as well. Other than that, we just have the Uber trade on the table that we're managing. And I'll probably have a loss on coin. I took that coin trade yesterday. I tried to get out towards the end of the day yesterday, and I never got filled. I'm like, well, son of a bitch. Now it's a swing trade. Most likely getting cut at a loser today, which is unfortunate. But like I said, you can't win them all. Just mitigate your risk, manage your trades well. If you have a trade's a loser, just cut the trade, right? Honor your stops. So that one will most likely be a loser, but we still have Uber on the table. We'll manage that the rest of the day into next week. And so far on the futures account, we are 1-4-2.
Good morning, Josh.
Good morning, sir. What's up, dude?
Just got an alert on XPO, and I just look real quick on the daily. It touched the, if I'm not mistaken, I think it touched the 200 SMA,
It did.
and then it's at the right there in the 61.8 as well in my end.
Yep.
So think.
And it's a
Can't
gap
remember
fill
where I
bounce, man.
had a
So it
song.
came down to the 200 SMA. It bounced. It's also trying to bounce off the bottom end of that daily gap, right around like 98.89. So yeah, I see the bounce. I see the pullback into those 2 support levels.
Yeah, I just wish I was at home so I can remember what I wrote on it. It's just.
Yeah, and so that would have been I wouldn't say it's a challenging one, but you're probably waiting for it to come down and tap the 200 SMA, which is below the 61.8, which is below the bottom end of the gap. But what you could have been looking for was it to fall below those 2 levels of support, which it did. Come down to the 200 SMA and bounce just to regain those 2 levels of support as intraday support. And if that's something that you would have seen, play out intraday, that would have been a wonderful long opportunity. But the way I see XPO, it's, did we crack those 2 levels of support right around like that 98.89? We did, and that's okay. Did it come down to the 200 SMA and bounce? It did. Did we get back above those 2 levels of support, that 98.89? We did. If you would have seen an intraday higher low forming off that level, would you have been able to play that long expecting some upside? Of course. Absolutely.
So I have to be looking at the 98.99.
That's the level I have because 98.99 or 98.89 is the top end of this gap on the daily. Also right in line with my 61.8 fib. here on XPO as well. So that's how I would have played it. Like, okay, could we crack those 2 levels and come down to the 200 SMA first, then bounce? Yeah. So let those 2 levels crack. If they do crack, come down to the 200 SMA and bounce. If we did come down to the 200 SMA and bounce and get back above those 2 key levels and regain them as support, is that an opportunity that I would have played long for a nice day trade to the long side? Absolutely. Right? And you have potential to come up and close the gap from today's gap down, because we did gap down. So that would have given you some decent potential back up to 102. That would have been a solid 3-point move to the upside that you can absolutely capitalize on.
Okay. I remember in my head, I also counted that zone because maybe $100. I think y'all call it psychological.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, and
So
that could have
that's
been
where I
like
even
a
said,
first
you know what?
target, like $100. So I was like, all right, I'm long at 98.89. I see potential to 102. Great. I can capitalize on a 3-point move. But should I look to take profits and scale out leading up to that 102? Yes. Why? Well, because you have $100 psychological resistance, and that is a good area to maybe start scaling out of that profitable trade. So 100%, that's something I would have done as well.
Okay.
Your analysis is spot on, man. I will say
that.
that. Like, you are seeing a lot of pretty good opportunity, man. Your analysis is very spot on.
Thank you. Just hope for one day to actually get on it, get on those trades.
That day will come. And what I'm starting to see with you,
Oh, yeah.
it's like you have a pretty, not hectic schedule, but you're pretty busy during prime time. You may find yourself, kind of migrating and navigating towards swing trading. Because a lot of these daily opportunities that you're seeing are really good swing trade opportunities where you can manage it over the course of a couple of days or a couple of weeks. If we don't yet really have the time that we want to really come in and be focused on our day trading, for example. And our swing trades are pretty good. I mean, I think so far this year, I've lost track of how many swing trades we've taken, but out of all of the swings we've taken, only one so far has been a small stop. The other ones have all exceeded our expectations within a day or two. So that may be something you find yourself more doing now until your time opens up to participate more as a day trader.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Like I said, I don't have an actual schedule. Like I know yesterday when I spoke with Chris, he told me how's my schedule, my time, and I'm like, hi, my time management is all over the place. But I noticed that the last 2 weekends on a Sunday, that's what I'm doing, just going through every stock and then just putting down alerts on the ones that I'm seeing. Hey, you know what, like you said, a swing trade, and I'm like, okay, maybe this is possible. Let me just put alerts, and if it does come down, okay, then I'll look into it and see, okay, let's start planning out. But once again, so far I've been catching them or seeing them at least.
You've been seeing them. They're all spot on. In the beginning, we just needed to tweak your levels a little bit, kind of dial in the TA. But over the last week or so, you've really proven to yourself, like, you can see these things clearly. Your TA is spot on. You're reading the market correct. You're identifying your confluences as well, which is awesome. The next step is like, hey, let's start taking some of these trades, man. Right? I'm sure you've built your confidence up a lot just over the past couple of weeks of analyzing and seeing these setups play out consistently throughout the week. Now you're probably pretty confident to, hey, let's start taking these trades. Let's set our alerts. When I get an alert, pull over, right? You make your own schedule. If you can, pull over, go ahead and build your plan. If you haven't done so, take the trade, put some stops in, and just kind of let it ride as a swing trade for a day or two. Maybe the swing trade plays out over a week, but I think that's a really good starting point to actually get you in taking advantage of some of these amazing trades that you're identifying.
Okay, thank you.
Things are starting to slow down a little bit here. Things are definitely starting to slow down.
Starting to look at this Disney gap bounce.
Yeah, I was scanning through the watch list, making sure Uber's still intact. Looking at Boeing, looking at Disney. It could be a quick day trade, you know, just a quick little scout. You know, get positioned for a swing, but also be positioned to take some profit back up around 100. Those options would print for sure. Even if you got a, you know, 70-cent bounce, 60-cent bounce, you know, even back up to 100 today, those options would move very nice. And then you're like, hey, I got half my position. I can carry risk-free for 30 days as a swing trade. Let's go. So let's just see if we get that reaction, and let's see if we get that bounce off the lower end, whoa, of this daily gap. I'm going to bring the gap level down a little bit. I never really dialed it in. It's actually at 99.30. Yep, 99.30, that's it. So, I mean, we're right there.
We got to within a penny and a half to that 99.30.
Dude, it's close enough for me.
Yeah.
Close enough. I mean, it's one of those boom or bust trades. You would expect to see it come down nearly to the penny and see a nice reaction and start to see a little bit of follow through, at least back up to $100. And if we crack below that 99.30 and we just can't get back above it, I would keep my stops really, really tight. Because we've seen quite a few gap fill opportunities lately, but I feel like a lot of them just haven't really been playing out. I mean, they're trying, but they haven't been, you know, like phenomenal. So we're starting to kind of dip below that 99.30 just a wee little bit. And technically speaking, the gap could still be off that candle close before the gap up. So it doesn't hurt to go ahead and bring your gap down even a little bit lower to like 99.14, because that technically could be your valid gap off the close before the gap up. So like your line in the sand on this thing is like that 99.14. That's going to be the absolute lowest you would want to see this thing go for a gap fill bounce. And I think Stir mentioned this yesterday. We got some lower demand here down into like, I don't know what he said yesterday. I think he said we have some demand down around like 96.45 to like 97.20 if I'm not mistaken. And you still got the 200 SMA sitting right there at 98 as well. So we don't see the gap fill bounce. We don't see the follow through. We could absolutely see just a little bit more downside. But we're right there intraday. We're getting close to the 99.14. Could be just a nice scalp for a day trade. If it follows through, great. You're positioned. If not, secure some profits. If it looks like it's going to roll on over and move lower, and there could be a better opportunity coming in the next week or two. For a much better entry for the swing.
Yeah, especially with that demand zone a little bit lower.
Like in the 96, 97 region. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe a quick day trade opportunity, but still, you know, maybe get positioned for some follow through to hold it as a swing. If it does, you know, exceed our expectations and like, wow, it's popping. Woo, I'm going to hold that as a swing. It hit the gap and it bounced. Great. If not, still secure some profits along the day trade. And then, hey, if it comes down to that zone of demand on the daily, that's going to be the next area that we're eyeballing. What does Stir have? He's got something on there. Oh, yeah, his zone's 95.86 is his low. So he's going down to 95.86, it looks like.
Still a big move down.
It is, yeah. Yep, I see it right there, 95.86, and he's got that thing ran up to right in this region, 97.33. So, yeah, it's a pretty big zone down there, but
We also seen some stocks ignore the bottom of a gap and just blow through
And
it.
blow right through it. Yeah, I've seen that a lot lately, actually. Uber's still okay.
Uber bounced back nicely. Actually, I'm in that trade also.
On Uber?
Yeah.
Nice. I wasn't really hesitant, but I was just like, that's not what you really want to see. It rolling like that with some strength. I'm like, man, is that going to be a dead trade? But yeah, I like the snapback back above that zone pretty much instantaneously. You got a very, very quick higher low retest off of it. And we're starting to curl here above that zone. That's looking pretty good. We could see that nice little higher low push. We can break this intraday downtrend. That could bring in some volume here intraday and maybe get a push back up to high a day. And we'll see what those contracts look like. We'll be $1 in the money, and we're like, 40 days out, 35 days out.
Right.
And then see if we want to hold those into next week for a swing. But so far, so good. I like it. That's like the only thing I do like. I don't like anything else. Boeing looks like crap. Boeing has yet to set up. Disney, for some reason, I'm 50-50 with it. And I don't like how we're moving with the SPY and the Qs. It's all
That's the
over
only
the
thing I'm
place, it seems like.
hesitating with Disney is just the overall market, but yet you did get a nice reaction off of that
The gap
bottom of the gap.
at 99.30.
Yep.
This price action sucks.
Yeah.
It does. It really does.
I'm gonna wait for a range break, I guess, and see if anything pops. But
It's like sweep, sweep, sweep.
yeah, either a break and retest or a sweep and try to go to the other end. But
I mean, that's what you've seen with the Qs. I feel like we're just sweeping, dumping, sweeping. It's just all over the place. I don't like the price action. Do we got a wedge? Oh, we're kind of wedging now. It's a wonderful thing to see.
SPY's flirting with hedge pressure at like the 10th time.
I don't feel like it's really respected all that well.
No.
Yeah, I may be not trading the rest of the day. I'm not liking it. The last thing I want to do is get back the weekly profits. I still have a couple bucks on the table from today. I had a small little trade last night on gold, NQ, something like that. NQ.
You guys in your mineral trading.
Or what?
Your mineral trading. Everyone's trading gold and silver and all the metals and
Yeah, last night I looked at gold and silver and I'm like, this market looks duty. I'm like, nope. And then I saw something on NQ, took it, brought stops right under break even. I was like, I'm going the night. I'm going to bed. And then before I went to bed, I checked. I'm like, I got stopped out for like $200. I was like, all right, cool. At least I got $200 out of it. Because that thing ripped to the upside. But yeah, I'm not really digging the price action today. It's been a pretty good week, pretty decent week. Small little base hits throughout the week, but they add up.
yeah. I've had a good morning, just scalping some quick moves here and there, but I want to get something I can set and let it run for a while.
Yeah, for sure. Today doesn't seem to be that day, though.
After the dud on Wednesday from FOMC, I guess I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Next week is quad witching day or whatever on Friday, so that'll be interesting as the week goes on.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it's the third Friday.
Third Friday of the second quarter.
Yeah. That should
End
be a
of
fun
quarter.
week.
End of
Great.
quarter, yeah.
What else data-wise do we got coming up next week?
I don't know. We got a short week. Isn't the market close Wednesday?
Is it?
Yeah,
For what?
Juneteenth.
Yeah, for Juneteenth day or whatever.
Oh, market's closed on Wednesday? Oh, that's gonna crush the entire week, I feel
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, that's gonna be goofy right in the middle of the week.
Yeah, in the middle of the week, and then you got quad on Friday. Oh, that's gonna suck.
Then you got the following Friday, the quarter end, month end rebalancing too.
All right, we're taking the week off, guys.
Tread lightly the next couple Fridays.
Yeah, for sure. You guys see anything or have any questions? If not, we start wrapping it up here, guys. We typically wrap it up at like 11:30 on Fridays anyway. Start the weekend early. And I'm just not really a fan of today's price action as a whole. So I don't really have any intention on really looking for any other trade, really just managing the swing trade, seeing if Boeing sets up as well. Yeah, I only had 2 trades today.
SPY's just sneakily grinding back up.
Do what?
The SPY is sneakily making up words here, sneaking up and just grinding back up.
Yep. I mean, if we get a strong, clear break through that zone and high a day, we pull back and retest it. I mean, we could look for a nice break and retest because our next zone is like $2 to the upside. But I think the biggest thing that's holding me off is just the really shaky price action today.
Yeah, you've got summer, a lot of stuff that happened already this week.
Mm-hmm.
Might
And a
just
pretty
be
dead
kind of-
week next week, it seems like.
Yeah, things settling down a little bit, but again, you've got triple witching at the end of the week. You know that'll play into some volatility potentially. But I mean, I'm looking at other things. There's a lot of bullish indicators out there.
Yeah.
You know, and there's still like, I forget the number, like $7 trillion on the sidelines. Now, I don't know how much of that entered the market this week. Yeah, no, 6 trillion. Sorry.
6. Oh. Just a couple bucks. No big deal.
What's a trillion amongst friends? Come on.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to head out, guys. It's pretty close to 11:30 anyway. Really not a lot of great opportunity. The only thing that I will leave you with is the SPY. If we see a strong break through this daily zone of resistance, which is between 541.34 to 541.66, also breaking high-a-day resistance, and we have a nice healthy retracement and a nice pullback to retest all of this prior resistance as support, you could look to play the SPY long for this break and retest, and your next daily zone of resistance that you could ride this to would be up between 543.17 to 543.35. That's the only thing that really stands out to me right now at this point in time.
Like Carnival just dumped off, and I can't find out why. There's no news that I'm finding. It's down over 8% on the day.
It just gave everything, yeah.
I was like, okay, there went that trade. That's okay.
Carnival and other cruise stocks fall on pricing worries. BOFA sees modest softness in ticket pricing in June, down 8% on pace for the largest percent decrease.
Well, that explains that. I don't know
Yeah.
why I didn't get that news, but yeah, that would do it.
That'll do it. All right, guys. Well, before we do that, Boeing, still keep Boeing on watch. If it starts to really set up intraday, I'm going to start getting in to Boeing, full disclosure. I kind of do want to wait towards the end of the day, though. I'd hate to get in now and then see us close like deep red and be like, oh, I should have never taken that trade in the first place. So ideally, I would like to get in towards the end of the day, assuming we have a close like this or better. Right? We're holding above all those 4 valid levels of support, and I want to make sure that by the end of today, we're still holding above all of that support and that we have a relatively strong close above all of those 4 levels of support here on Boeing. So, end of the day, assuming we look good, I will be looking to get in here on Boeing for that swing trade. Other than that, got a game plan on the SPY. If it sets up, attack it. Make it happen, but I am done trading today. I'm going to take my whopping $233 and call it a day. And I'll have to close that coin trade out for a loss, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I started scaling in on Boeing already earlier.
Did you? Nice. I can
A little
dig
bit.
it.
Little bit. I brought the size down, figured if there's another opportunity to add more, I'll add more.
I do like the start of this little reversal intraday where you got your first little higher low followed by a higher high. It doesn't look terrible. But yeah, I'll probably start towards the end of today. I want to just get more sense of how are we going to be looking to close by the end of the day.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm in the green right now.
Nice.
So
yeah, Uber's kind of flirting with break even, it looks like. I'm up like $12 a contract. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, I'm up a little bit. But again, I only scaled into that one also.
Same. Yeah, I only scaled in. I may add to it a little bit more. Who knows? I mean, if it comes back down into that zone intraday and it looks really good, we start to push off of it, I would scale in a little bit more. And then expect some follow through into next week.
That's what I'm kind of looking for. At least similar to the, unfortunately, the what was the oil stock again?
You had XOM. You also have Halliburton.
Halliburton. That one I only got a scale in, and that thing just went whoop and ran away. So I figured at least with this, at least if I scale in, I have a piece of it. If it kind of bounces around and you know I can get back in a little bit, then I'll do that and scale more. But figure at least get the feet wet.
Might as well. Yeah. I mean, 5 contracts is better than nothing. But
exactly.
I got my fingers crossed that it definitely gives me a little bit more opportunity to continue to scale in as well. Because I like the upside. It looks pretty good.
Absolutely.
All right, guys. Well, good job today. Amazing work. Have a blessed weekend. And I will see you guys back here bright and early Monday morning, 7 a.m., the start of pre-market. Look at Rapid. He's just always on top of it, man. Let's send it with a big ol' Alpha Day trading. 3, 2, 1. Yeah! Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Good job again, guys. Keep up the awesome work. Trade smart, trade safe the rest of the day. Be mindful at 2 p.m. today. You do have a Fed member speaking. Be mindful of that. Other than that, have a blessed weekend. Enjoy it. I'll see you guys back here Monday. Peace out, guys. I'll see you then.